Time and date, we look up into the sky. We bring you exclusive footage from eclipses worldwide. We take our mobile observatory to where the action happens. Hi, Steffen.
Hi, Anna.
We collaborate with experts and observatories across the globe to bring you the best view of celestial events.
And we ordered the Devil's Horn just for you.
Now, we have to say thank you very much for your images tonight.
We explain how and show why it all happens while answering your questions during our live broadcast events.
That is a meteor.
Find your home and even more details on time and day. And subscribe to join us next time. Good morning from timeanddate.com, and I am Anna Buckle, and this is Graham Jones, and we're live from Llano, Texas. And the sun is the star today. We're going to have a total solar eclipse, but the weather is also definitely the star. As you can see, we've got quite a few clouds behind us here, and we've been checking the weather and hoping and crossing our fingers, and it's been changing all week. In fact, in neighboring county Burnett, they are evacuating 30,000 people from an eclipse festival as we speak. They have been worried about hail, thunderstorms, and even tornadoes. So we really don't know what we are in for today. But because of those clouds, we have spread our bets. We've got a stream here from Llano, with our friend Neil Sanders, which is going to be right up the road. We've got Konstantin Bikos and Jeremy Krause. They've traveled to Arkadelphia, Arkansas with 2 telescopes to make sure that we're looking at this beautiful image here on the screen. And Steffen Thorsen, he's gone off to Burlington, Vermont to make sure that we're getting clear images of this amazing event. So you can see there Burlington up in the corner. Now, we also have some friends that we're working with across North America. We've got Emily Fafaro and Greg Smith from NASA and the rest of the team there. They're going to give us a feed from Mazatlan, Mexico. And we've got an old friend of ours, 7th time streaming with us, Gary Hawkins from the San Diego Astronomy Association. He only has a 50% partial, but when he looked at the weather in the US, he called us and said, look, I know I only have 50%, but it's more than you might get in the rest of the country. So we've got some beautiful images coming from there too. So Graham, we're in for a treat today, right?
Yes, we are. And I think the first thing we want to say is that we really do hope that as many people as possible across North America get to enjoy today's eclipse with a clear sky. The weather forecasts have been fairly chaotic in recent days. There's a lot of people who have traveled a long way for this eclipse. They've been having to change their plans and scramble for alternatives. And we really do hope that lots of people get a really good view of today's eclipse. Because after all, Anna, I mean, how long have we been waiting for this amazing North American total solar eclipse?
Well, I've been waiting since 2017. I don't know about you.
Right. I mean, you know, you could argue that we've been waiting a lot longer than that. You know, one of the classic eclipse atlases was made in the year 1887 by Theodor von Oppolzer. And this was an atlas that contained eclipses going well into the future. And sure enough, it had today's eclipse, April the 8th, 2024, with the path of totality going across Mexico, the United States, and Canada. And this was back in the year 1887 that people started waiting for today's event. And just to put that into context, at that time, the United States only had 38 states instead of the 50 it does today. And the country of Canada was only 20 years old. So, to say the least, we've been waiting a long time for this eclipse, and we've really got our fingers crossed for everybody across Mexico, the United States, and Canada for today. We're looking at some great images of the sun on our screen. We've also got, on the left-hand side, Anna, we've got our timeline there on the left of the screen.
We sure do. And we see our little moon already moving across there, or a little sun and moon, we could say. This is our timeline. It shows when the partial eclipse starts in Mexico on the mainland there, and then it shows totality at our different partners across down the bottom there. So we're looking at totality in about an hour and a half-ish. So that's going to be fun. So yeah, we're going to do a 4-hour show. We're going to start the show with a partial eclipse, and yeah, we're ready to go. But you have an important message as well, right?
Yes, we do. So eclipses are magical, memorable occasions, but there are also always very sad stories after eclipses of people visiting eye doctors with eye problems that they've got from looking at the sun without proper protection during a solar eclipse. And there really are no second chances on this. And if your eyes get damaged, there is really nothing that eye doctors can do for you. So we really do want to just reinforce the safety message that you will have been hearing a lot of in recent weeks and days, and that is to never look directly at the sun without proper eye protection. And we're talking here about things like solar eclipse glasses obtained from a place that you know and that you trust. And would also just remind everybody to read the safety instructions that are printed on solar eclipse glasses. Do check them for damage, make sure they're not creased or bent or damaged in any way. If you have any doubts about the glasses, then just throw them away, get rid of them. It's not worth taking the risk. Also, don't just stand there staring up at the sun all day for hours on end through the eclipse glasses. Have a look for a short time and then take a break. Share the glasses, pass them around, let everyone have a look. We really do just want to reinforce the safety messages that you've been hearing a lot of recently. They are super important.
Well, that's if you're lucky enough being outside in the sun, experiencing the eclipse live. But we're going to be here also for the next 4 hours, showing you what it looks like in the sky, and no need for any safety eclipse glasses there. Yeah. So in 10 minutes, we've got first contact in Mazatlan. You looked up at the sun there, didn't you?
I was just checking the clouds, latest on the cloud. Yes.
And the moon will start covering the sun, and we will be back soon. We're going to talk to Neil Sanders, who is sending us these amazing images from Lano. But they're not here on the screen at the moment. We've got Burlington and Arkadelphia at the moment. And so go out, check out timeanddate.live. We've got newsfeed, we've got pictures, we've got tweets, we've got everything, all the buzz from the eclipse. And we're going to be back here with you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to give a shout out to Time and Date for allowing me to do this live stream. And I want to say shalom to each and every one of you. And just to say stay strong, and don't cease in your prayers, ladies and gentlemen. Don't cease in your prayers.
You're watching a total solar eclipse here on timeanddate.com, and we're really getting into it now. We're super excited. In 10 minutes, there's going to be first contact in San Diego. We're looking at beautiful images there from San Diego, California, from our friend Gary Hawkins at the San Diego Astronomy Association. So we're excited about having first contact from there. And yeah, Graham, what's happening?
Yes. Now, one thing that we've just added onto our screen there on the right-hand side is our live eclipse map. And this map is showing the position of the moon's shadow right now on the globe. So this is a map. It's currently showing the Pacific Ocean, which is where this eclipse is starting. The light shaded areas is where there's a partial solar eclipse today. There's that little thin strip running through the middle there. That is the path of totality. That is the very narrow corridor where people can see the moon completely cover the sun today. It is a very narrow strip of land. It's about 120 miles wide. It's about 200 kilometers, but it's very long. It's about 9,000 miles long, around 15,000 kilometers. It stretches from the Pacific across North America and ends in the North Atlantic. And in the middle of the screen, you can see a small red dot. That is where the dark part of the moon's shadow is right now. So right at this moment, somewhere out over the Pacific, a total solar eclipse is happening. And that small shadow is racing towards the east and towards the north. It's racing towards the coast of Mexico. We have a couple of numbers below the map. The number on the right shows the coordinates of the center of the moon's shadow. The numbers on the right show the speed of the moon's shadow. So right now, yeah, the moon's shadow is whizzing across the surface of the Earth at around 5,700 kilometers an hour. It's about 3,500 miles per hour. It's going to slow down as it approaches North America, but it is there. It's headed towards Mexico. We can kind of see a bit of Mexico there in the top right corner of the screen. We're going to keep this live map up on the screen for the duration of the eclipse, so we'll be able to see exactly who is getting totality at any particular time during today's total solar eclipse.
And we have a special treat. We're going to talk to Neil Sanders. He's down the road from us. He's been graciously giving us a feed, struggling to get a feed with the cloud cover, but we really want to have a chat with him and see how he's going. So we're going to bring Neil Sanders up on the screen. Hi there, Neil. How are you?
Hey, good morning, Graham and Anna. I'm very well, thank you, and a little bit excited.
Just a little bit. You're just down the road
Just
from
a
us
little bit.
here in Lano. So where are you
Yeah.
and what's going on?
Yeah, so I've travelled here from Darlington, northeast England, and we're just outside of Lano, not far from you guys. We've got the most amazing spot over my shoulder here. This is Lake Buchanan. So when Graham was talking about the path of the total eclipse, the center line of the eclipse literally goes through the middle of that lake. So we're just off the center, and that means that we're looking at getting about 4 minutes 26 seconds of totality here. So it's an absolutely brilliant spot. We're a little bit nervous about the clouds, but who isn't in Texas at the moment? But it's looking good. And if there's anything that UK astronomers have, it's optimism about the weather.
Yeah, excellent. Yes, yeah, looking at the clouds there, Neil, I mean, yeah, you are just down the road from us, and it is looking very similar to what we've got here just up the road from you in Lano. And how's the wind on your side?
There's no wind here. We're pretty sheltered on this veranda. We're staying at the most amazing ranch. So we've got a really good spot out of the wind. The shadow that you were talking about, that's going to be passing hopefully towards us from the southwest sort of direction. And yeah, so it's looking not too windy. The sun's shining at the moment. As long as it's doing that at 1:34, then we'll be very happy.
Excellent stuff. Yes. And yeah, Neil, you said you're over here from the UK. You run this amazing organization in the UK called Go Stargazing, and you do all these incredible things to encourage people to get out and enjoy the night sky. We're going to be collaborating with you again in September. In fact, when we have a lunar eclipse coming up. Could you tell us a little bit more about Go Stargazing and the work you do?
I will just do that in just a second as that helicopter flies over. Perfect. They obviously wanted to be on your live stream. So there they go. So Go Stargazing. So I'm a real amateur astronomer. I love getting people away, guys, looking through telescopes. It's kind of my hobby. And as a little extension of my hobby, I run Go Stargazing, which is a database of stargazing locations and events across the UK. It's a UK-based website, and it just enables people who are interested, if they have a go at looking through, if they're interested in astronomy, then it gives them all of the information they need, what to do, might go. And yeah, it's good fun. It's good fun.
Yeah, it is terrific stuff that you guys do there. So good stuff. Neil, we will let you get back to keeping an eye on the telescopes and everything there. Thanks again for sending us a feed from there. We're excited to see that.
Yes,
and
yes.
Yes,
I will
good
try
luck.
And get that working, Graham.
Excellent.
Yeah, no. I will get that
Good
working.
stuff, and
yeah, I'll look at it now.
Good.
And yeah, cool. And hey, thank you for all of these fabulous solar glasses as well.
You're welcome, Neil.
Really good brands. No, thank you.
Excellent.
Good luck to everybody there back in Lano. Good luck to everybody, chasing the eclipse across the USA.
Brilliant stuff. Yeah, thanks a lot, Neil.
Thanks a lot, Neil.
All
Here
right,
in
cool.
Lano, we've been working closely with the Visitor Centre over the past year or so. We've been working with Tony Gidros, Rebecca Flint and Kim Webb. It's a wonderful town. There's about 3,000 people living here. I'm sure there's a few more here today. And they really feel like an extension of this a team, this gang. They've been welcoming us here at the Visitor Centre with water, coffee, toilets, all the things you need. At least, and internet and power for this eclipse broadcast. So we're just crossing our fingers for clearer skies so that they can experience the total solar eclipse. It's just amazing to experience totality. So I'm really got my fingers crossed. But wherever you are, be sure to look at timeanddate.live. That's where we have more information about the eclipse, some news feed, pictures, all reactions on social media. So don't go anywhere, because we're going to be right here soon as well.
And we should also just say, yeah, keep an eye on our San Diego feed, because that's where the action will be starting in just a few minutes.
That is true.
We'll see first contact, where the moon just starts to nibble away at the sun there in San Diego. So keep an eye on this beautiful picture that we're getting from San Diego. The eclipse is also underway in Mazatlan in Mexico, and we're going to be bringing pictures from Mazatlan as well. So yes, it's all just about to start.
Perfect. Hi, you're watching a total solar eclipse here on timeanddate.com, and we're just getting started. We can see the moon eating away there on the sun in San Diego, California, and it's that beautiful little curve that's going. It's beautiful. And not only are we getting started and the eclipse getting started, but the party is getting started here in Lano. There is music, live music going on across the street, and people are excited and moving around us. And yeah, frankly, quite distracting, but fun going on around here in Lano, Texas. And you know, we're looking at first contact. There should be first contact happening right now, just above us. Let me just have a look. It's difficult to see at the moment, but there's something special about first contact, Graham, and it's that little bit of the sun getting eaten away.
That's right. It's happening right now, somewhere above the clouds here in Lano. In a way, it's one of the most magical moments of a solar eclipse. We've spent all the months and years planning for this event, and finally the eclipse begins just very quietly, very unnoticeably, when we just see that very first little nibble into the sun by the moon. It happens right on schedule, exactly as all the calculations predict. And yeah, it's always pretty breathtaking when the eclipse finally happens, very undramatically up there in the sky. From first contact, the moon then keeps eating away at the sun's disk until we arrive at totality, when the moon covers the whole of the sun. Today, there's around about an hour and a quarter between the start of the partial eclipse and totality, when the last bit of the sun gets covered by the moon. First contact is really completely unnoticeable. Around about half an hour into the partial eclipse, that's when you can really start to notice things happening on the ground. That's when you might start to notice some changes in temperature. That's when you might start to notice some strange things happening with shadows that the sun is casting. As the moon is eating away at the sun, it's turning the sun into a thinner and thinner crescent. So instead of the sun being this round light source in the sky, it ends up as this sort of very thin strip of light in the sky. And where you have objects that are casting shadows, if you have an edge of an object that is aligned with that thin crescent of the sun, then it casts a shadow edge that is much sharper than one that is kind of perpendicular to that thin crescent of the sun. So you can start to notice objects having sharper and more blurry shadows, depending on how they're aligned with the narrowing crescent sun. All of that happens around about, say, half an hour into the partial phase. Right now across the United States, first contact is happening as the eclipse sweeps towards the east. For first contact, that's something you can only notice if you're really looking carefully for it. And of course, you have to be looking carefully using proper eye protection like eclipse glasses. And Anna, you've got an interesting message about eclipse glasses.
Yes, because we've been handing these eclipse glasses out around town. There's loads of eclipse glasses available for people. They've got their ISO certification. They're from reputable sources. So people are lucky here in Lano to have proper eclipse glasses. But Astronomers Without Borders, our friends at AWB, they are collecting used eclipse glasses from the eclipse. And what they do is they send it to underserved communities internationally. So they take the glasses, they inspect them, they make sure that everything's okay with them, that they're not damaged or fake or anything like that. And they send them across the world for new eclipses. You can find collection centers at libraries, community centers, commercial businesses, wherever you just have to check. You can also go to astronomerswithoutborders.org to see if there's a local recycling center near you. And it's so nice to know that these things will be used for more eclipses, isn't it, Graham?
Absolutely. It's a fabulous campaign that they run, and it really gives all kinds of people an opportunity to see an eclipse in parts of the world where otherwise they wouldn't be able to see anything. So yeah, great campaign to support. Stick with us here on timeanddate.live. We're enjoying great pictures from San Diego, where it's just going to be around about a 50% partial eclipse today. We're coming up towards first contact in Arkadelphia in Arkansas. First contact there is coming up at 17:31 UTC. So in around about 8 minutes from now, we'll see first contact in Arkadelphia. As soon as the clouds reveal the sun, we'll be having pictures from Neil Sanders here in Llano. So lots and lots to come. Do have a look at timeanddate.live, where we have all the updates from around the world, and pictures and blog posts and comments and all the latest news on there. And Anna and I will be back here shortly.
You're watching a total solar eclipse here on timeanddate.com, and we're looking at some gorgeous images there from San Diego, California, and Arkadelphia, Arkansas. We can see that the moon has started eating away at the sun, so the eclipse has begun in Arkansas as well. So we're excited about that. We have been experiencing some problems getting our images in from Mazatlan. There's some technical issues there. We're really sorry about that. We're trying to see what we can do, but we still have telescopes here waiting for totality, so we're not going to miss totality of this total solar eclipse. We're getting questions and comments on YouTube about the sunspots, Graham.
Right. Looking at the feed coming in there from San Diego, we can see two dark spots on the surface of the sun, and those are indeed sunspots. Yeah, the sun is a big ball of plasma, kind of a big ball of charged gas, and there's lots of activity going on. There's lots of magnetic field activity going on, and there are some regions which are cooler than others. And where we have these cooler regions, that is what produces these dark areas known as sunspots. Now, Anna, the sun does have an 11-year solar cycle where we tend to go from very low numbers of sunspots to generally much higher number of sunspots. And we are nearing the solar maximum in this 11-year cycle. We are getting close to the period where we would expect to see a high number of sunspots. And so there has been a lot of expectation and a lot of people looking forward to being able to see a lot of sunspots during this eclipse. In fact, the sun is fairly quiet at the moment, and we really do just have these two sunspots that are visible on this side of the sun at the moment. So yeah, a lot quieter and a lot fewer sunspots than we might have expected for this eclipse. But yeah, on the feed there from San Diego, we can see those two dark spots, one slightly larger than the other. Yeah, slightly cooler regions of the sun's surface.
But back home in Norway, we've been experiencing a lot of aurora lately, and I think that has to do with the sunspots, right? Like it's got to do with the activity on the sun, right?
It does, yeah. This 11-year solar cycle, it really that's really a cycle for how active the sun is. And when the sun is active, that's when we get more sunspots, and that's also when we get more aurora here on Earth. That's right. We get more prominences. We tend to get more solar flares. The sun is chucking out a lot more stuff in Earth's direction. So you're right. In Norway, this winter has been a good period for aurora. Absolutely.
Yeah. It's just go out, look north, and you might be lucky to see some. It's really amazing. Does it affect the eclipse in any way? This active sun?
Well, one thing that when we come to totality, and we'll be talking about this again a bit later, at totality, the real highlight there when the moon is covering the sun's visible surface is that we can see the solar corona, which is the outer part of the sun's atmosphere. It's there all the time, but it's much fainter than the sun's disk itself, so we usually can't see it. We can see it during totality, during a solar eclipse. And yeah, the shape of the corona, that also changes over the course of this 11-year solar cycle. Around solar maximum, the sun's corona is rather more symmetrical, whereas around solar minimum, the corona is kind of more stretched out, more like a pair of wings. So that is going to be something for us to have a look out for when we get to totality. Coming up here in Llano in less than an hour now, 1834 UTC, totality here in Llano. So we're getting close. We have to say that actually, I mean, here on the ground, really still nothing, nothing to see in the sky because of the clouds, but really nothing to see yet in terms of changes in light levels, or there's really no sense at all that anything is going on with the sun up there above the clouds. But that's all going to start to change rather dramatically over the course of the next, 40 minutes.
Yeah, and we're going to continue putting our eclipse glasses on, looking up, because as soon as that sky, those clouds get a bit lighter, we can actually see the sun through the clouds. And we have been looking at the moon eating away at the sun, so it's been beautiful. If you're lucky enough to be in the path of totality, or even just in a partial area, use your eclipse glasses and take a look. If not, go to timeanddate.live and check out our live news feed. We've got pictures, we've got reactions, we've got all the interesting background stories. We even have stories from the road here in Texas, United States. So we will be back soon. In the meantime, we're going to be looking up at the sky and trying to find the sun. You're watching a total solar eclipse here on timeanddate.com, and we're getting excited. The light levels are changing here. We're using our glasses. We're looking up, and what is it, like 50%, Graham?
Yes. That is, we're getting up to around 50% here in Lano. That's right.
Yeah, so we're feeling like it's changing a little bit. But weather, we're challenging clouds everywhere. North America is full of clouds. Arkadelphia is struggling with clouds. Mexico, they're struggling with clouds. But what can we do? We can look up and see what we can see. So where are we, Graham, with the eclipse?
Well, if we take a look at our live eclipse map, this is on the right-hand side of the screen. This just above us, right? This shows us where the moon's dark shadow is right now, and it is racing across the Pacific, and it is just about to reach the coast of Mexico, the first city in North America to experience totality today is the city of Mazatlan on the Pacific coast of Mexico, and totality is starting there in the next minute, because as we can see, that red dot is just about to reach land on our live eclipse map there. As Anna was explaining earlier, unfortunately, we don't have images from Mazatlan today, but what we do have is the next city along the path of totality in Mexico. Once the shadow has passed over Mazatlan, next on its itinerary is the city of Torreon in Mexico, and our good friends at the Exploratorium have their telescopes on the ground there in Torreon. Totality there is starting at 1816, so that is less than 10 minutes. That shadow we can see on our map, it's moving at 2,500 kilometers an hour. That's like 1,500 miles per hour. So it is racing across Mexico. So we are hoping to bring you images of Totality from Torreon, courtesy of our friends at the Exploratorium. But it's the story of the day. It is fingers crossed with the clouds. We have seen some beautiful images in Torreon, but we've also seen some very cloudy clouds as well. Yes, anything we can bring you from Totality in Torreon, we're going to be sharing that from 1816. We're looking at just over 4 minutes, around 4 minutes and 10 seconds of Totality from Torreon, and we're really hoping that we'll be able to share that here.
We have our fingers crossed. What are we going to be expecting to see, Graham?
Right. So as we approach Totality, we have the crescent sun, which just gets narrower and narrower and narrower as the moon eats away more and more of the sun's disk. Eventually, the crescent gets so thin, and the two horns at either side of the crescent, they get so close that they kind of come together in this one bright jewel of remaining sunlight. Around the same time, we start to see the solar corona around the edge of the moon. This is the outer part of the sun's atmosphere. We can't normally see it because the sun itself is too bright, but when the moon covers the sun, it comes into view. The combination of this bright jewel of remaining sunlight plus the solar corona visible around the edge of the moon, that produces the effect famously known as the diamond ring. From there, we move quickly into the Bailey's beads stage of the eclipse. This is just the final blobs of sunlight that we can see, actually shining through deep valleys on the edge of the moon's surface. We have these blobs of light. That's the last remaining bit of sunlight we can see before Totality begins. Then they disappear. Then the moon is covering the sun's disk completely. The solar corona becomes visible, this kind of ghostly shimmer around the edge of the moon.
Ah, there you go.
Here we are at Torreon, where we can see, right, narrowing crescent sun. It's looking very faint because of the clouds there in Torreon. That crescent is going to get thinner and thinner over the next 6 minutes until it transitions to this diamond ring effect, these final blobs of light called Bailey's beads, and then 4 minutes, 10 seconds of Totality.
It's magical. I'm very excited. It's even on the screen. But I've got my fingers crossed for Lana here as well. So we're super excited here. We're going to leave you to enjoy Totality in Torreon. I'm blowing those clouds away with the wind here in Lano, and go to timeanddate.live and check out what's going on there. There's going to be pictures, reactions. There might even be something from Mazatlan there now. Who knows? So go in, have a look. We will be back soon, right before Totality here in Lano. But in the meantime, enjoy, and we will see you back here in a few minutes. Oh, wow. That was Torreon, Mexico. Wow, thank you so much, Exploratorium. That was just the taste, and I'm just everybody's getting excited around here, including me. My heart's pounding. There's chattering, there's music, there's eclipse glasses up at the sky because the light is really changing here. The sky is clear, and we're going to be seeing this total solar eclipse, and I can't even breathe thinking about it. I'm so excited. So, Graham, help me out.
Okay, let's think. Checking in on our eclipse map there, we can see the dark part of the moon's shadow is represented by that small red dot that is racing across North America at around about 2,500 kilometers an hour, which is about 1,500 miles per hour. It is just about to leave Mexico and cross into the United States. So totality about to hit the USA. We have two locations marked along the path of totality there. The first of those locations, that's us here in Llano in Texas. The second marker there is Arkadelphia in Arkansas. That's where we have our time and date telescopes waiting for totality there. Just a quick reminder that the sun is what, 90% eclipsed here, but still eclipse glasses are vitally important, even when there's just the tiniest slither of the moon's crescent remaining. Even through the diamond ring and Bailey's beads, eclipse glasses should be used for looking at any part of the sun. Once the sun is completely covered by the moon, once Bailey's beads has finished, once we're into totality, then eclipse glasses can be removed, and in fact should be removed, must be removed for enjoying the solar corona that surrounds the sun. The solar corona is about as bright as the full moon, so perfectly okay to look at the solar corona without eclipse glasses, as long as the sun's disk itself is completely covered by the moon.
Yeah. And here on this wide angle shot, we're going to show you how dark it gets here. Unfortunately, we don't have a telescope. We have our glasses, and we will be looking up, and we will have totality coming up, telescope views coming up from Arkadelphia and Burlington. Fingers crossed, clouds and all. But yes, Torreon really, really wowed me. So now I don't know how to deal with anything anymore. The light is changing. It's just really, really kind of silvery, and you can almost like touch it. It does not feel like twilight. It's like white twilight. The temperature is dropping. We were in 32 degrees Celsius here. It's now down to 25. I can feel it. It's not only goosebumps, it's also the temperature dropping. The birds are they doing anything yet? They're chirping away.
There's certainly a lot of chirping
Yeah.
going on. I think certainly now, right, in the last few minutes, the light levels noticeably have really started to drop here, and that drop is going to continue over the next 6 minutes until right the final minute before totality. That's when we have this sudden plunge in the light level, and that's what we're going to be sharing on our kind of where Anna and I are going to sort of clear out the way of this image of the visitor center here in Llano. And we will have what have we got? We've got 4 minutes 24 seconds of totality, going to be starting at 18:34 UTC.
Okay.
This is the total solar eclipse of April 2024, live on timeanddate.com. And we've just had a little over 4 minutes of totality here in Llano, Texas. You were watching our wide angle camera view on the Llano Visitors Center here. I think you saw how amazingly quickly the light level dropped just before totality, and just how quickly the light came back after totality as well. Anna, how are you doing here?
I don't know, maybe I'll cry on TV. I am so overwhelmed. It was magical. It's like someone pokes a hole in the sky and it's just dogs barking, birds flapping about, people cheering. It really is magical.
Yeah, there's a public viewing area just on the other side of the river to us here in Llano. There was a wonderful cheer went up as the last bit of the sun disappeared and the solar corona popped out in the sky. And there was also just this lovely cheer at the end when the sun came back as well. Yeah, that was quite special.
Yeah, it's just like a black hole in the sky, and it's the silvery light. I can't explain it. It's not like twilight. It's just so silver, and it's just breathtaking. And if my heart was pounding earlier, it's just, yeah. Sorry, you guys. I don't have any words. I am blown away. And it really is to show how magical these experiences are. It's just, yeah.
Okay. Meanwhile, the eclipse continues as the moon's shadow races across the United States. So on our live eclipse map there, just above us on the right-hand side of the screen, we can see that the moon's dark shadow, it's now left Llano. It's halfway between Llano, Texas and Arkadelphia, Arkansas. On our main image on the screen there, this is the telescope image coming in from Arkadelphia, from our time and date telescopes on the ground there. That's Constantine and Jeremy getting us, wow, fantastic images there as just that crescent sun gets thinner and thinner and thinner in Arkadelphia. Totality is starting there at 1849, so we're just about 4 minutes away there. A shorter totality, Arkadelphia is slightly nearer the edge of the path of totality than Llano. We'll have just over 2 minutes, about 2 minutes and 12 seconds of totality coming up in Arkadelphia, starting just in the next few minutes. So the totality in Llano, we showed that on the wide screen. For the totality in Arkadelphia, we're going to enjoy that one through the telescope view there. We still have, by the way, let's not forget Burlington in Vermont, up in the northeastern corner. The partial eclipse is going great guns there. Totality in Burlington coming up at 1926. So still a lot
of emotions to go through.
Absolutely, absolutely. But yeah, things are getting really exciting in Arkadelphia. So we're gonna leave you to enjoy just over 2 minutes of totality there in Arkadelphia, and we will be back after that. Don't forget also timeanddate.live for all the latest photos and updates and comments about the eclipse. And Anna's gonna have a little lie down, and we are gonna be back after totality in Arkadelphia. Welcome back to this total solar eclipse on timeanddate.com. And we have to say, we really hope that that lots of people across North America are being as fortunate as we've been today with the weather. Right here, we've had 3 spectacular totalities so far from Torreon, here in Llano, and from Arkadelphia. And yeah, in particular, we saw some lovely effects through our telescope feed there from Arkadelphia, especially some prominences around the edge of the sun. These sort of little spikes coming off the edge of the sun. We were talking earlier about sunspots, and at the moment there are maybe fewer sunspots than we might expect at this time, because we are nearing the peak period of solar activity. So on the face of the sun, we've kind of had a disappointingly few sunspots, but around the edge of the sun, we have been treated to some really spectacular prominences.
We could see it with the naked eye when we were looking at it in the sky here in Llano as well, the prominences.
Right, yeah, just exactly right. With the naked eye, we could just see this sort of bright red sort of spike on one side of the sun. So we've been really fortunate with that. We also got some beautiful images there of the solar corona as seen through the telescopes from Arkadelphia as well. So,
and it was that even round corona that you were mentioning.
That's right. Yes, because we are near the solar max, as it's known, the peak period of solar activity. That's when we generally have a more symmetrical solar corona. And yes, we did see that in our pictures there. We should say, actually, on that subject, we are continuing to get questions and comments on YouTube, and we did have a follow-up question to our discussion about sunspots and solar activity. Yeah, a lot of people asking about exactly when is solar maximum going to be? When do we actually reach the peak of this 11-year cycle of solar activity? And the short answer is we don't know for sure. The sun is always a bit unpredictable. We are expecting it around July next year. Is estimated to be the peak, but we don't know for sure at this stage. But yes, we saw a lovely solar corona. We saw some fabulous prominences around the edge of the sun. And Anna, kind of from the view looking up from the ground, what else were the highlights, from the ground?
Well, I'm still trying to calm down from that experience, but I'm doing better at it. You see Graham taking over and taking care of me here. All that talk about clouds, and to see the moon and the sun meet in the sky is just completely overwhelming. We did talk about the birds flying around. We talked about dogs barking, people cheering across the river, super excited. All those things, but also just the temperature. It dropped 10 degrees Celsius. I can really feel it warming up again now. Like I might need to take my jumper off at some point, but it went from 32 degrees Celsius down to 22 degrees Celsius in that time. And now it's warming up again. I had a little lie down on the ground. I looked up, I saw Venus, I saw Jupiter, and the corona, the round, beautiful corona. It was all as you see it here on the telescope, but just a bit more context in it. So it was just beautiful.
Yeah. Wow. Great stuff. Great stuff. Checking in on our eclipse map there. We can see the moon's shadow continuing to speed across the United States. The next marker we have on our map there, that's up in Burlington, Vermont. That's where we have Steffen on the ground there in Burlington. He's been getting fantastic help and support from the organizers there in Burlington, and at the moment looking good there, and lovely clear image of the eclipse happening there. Totality in Burlington, well, we have that also on our timeline there on the left hand side of the screen. That's coming up at 19:26,
so just under half an hour.
So yeah, that's right. Yeah, well, it's more like quarter of an hour.
True.
Yes.
True.
And we'll have a little over 3 minutes of totality in Burlington. Looking back at our eclipse map, the numbers there are beneath the map. The numbers on the right are showing the speed of the moon's shadow, and we can see that as it now gets towards the end of the path of totality, the speed of the moon's shadow is slowly rising. And just as we look at those numbers, we can see them slowly ticking upwards. This is because the moon's shadow is moving across the globe, and as it gets towards the edge of the globe, the Earth is curving away from the shadow. So when we see the shadow on the map here moving across the surface, its speed is increasing on the map because it's actually kind of skimming off the edge of the globe as the Earth kind of curves away from it. So we'll see that speed continue to tick up towards the end of this eclipse. So
even though Steffen is close to the center line there up in Burlington, Vermont, he's up at the Science Museum there. His totality won't be 4 minutes and 24 seconds like here.
That's right. That's one of the things that affects the length of totality at different locations. One of the factors is how close you are to the center of the path, and that was really the big difference between Llano and Arkadelphia in terms of our difference there. We had about a 2-minute difference in the length of totality. We were pretty much in the same part of the country. The difference there was that, Llano very close to the center of the path, and Arkadelphia was much nearer the edge. Burlington and up in the northeast corner, totality times are coming down because the moon's shadow is moving across the map more quickly. Exactly right. Yes. So that is the next highlight coming up, totality in Burlington at 19:26. Stay with us on timeanddate.live. Don't forget to check out our amazing blog where Aparna is posting fabulous images and reactions from people across North America. And Anna and I will be back here very soon.
You're watching a total solar eclipse here on timeanddate.com. We're live from Llano, Texas. There's live music, there's energy, everybody's really happy. We saw totality. I'm feeling a few raindrops, so it's all good. We saw totality. We've got another amazing totality to come, so it's all happening still. Yeah, what are we supposed to look for next?
Absolutely. Well, just to say that we can keep an eye out for some of these prominences. We've seen some great examples of these today. Just to recap, the sun is this big ball of plasma, these charged particles. There's magnetic fields twisting and turning through the sun, and they can cause these eruptions of plasma up away from the sun's surface, and that produces these sharp spikes of plasma that we've seen some dramatic examples of today. So something to look out for during the next totality.
Great. We will leave you so you can enjoy totality in Burlington, Vermont, and we'll see you back after. You're watching a total solar eclipse here on timeanddate.com. We're streaming live from Lano. There's still a partial in the sky. It is behind clouds again. The cloud just opened for the eclipse, went, oh, and it opened up, and we got to see it. Nature is back to normal. People are getting in their car, their packed cars, they're packing up. We're not packing up. We've still got more fun to go here. And it's just all still happening. And yeah, there's a few drips from the clouds here, actually. A little bit of mugginess. I've got my shirt off. So yeah, it's back to normal here.
It is. Things are really back to normal. Absolutely. And we have enjoyed some spectacular totalities from the Time and Date telescope teams out across the United States today. We saw amazing totality from Arkadelphia, Arkansas. That was from Konstantin Bikos and Jeremy Krause running the telescopes there. They were, Anna, supposed to be here
Yes.
with us in Lano, but the the forecasts have been so changeable over the past few days that yesterday breakfast time they took the final decision to head northeast up into Arkansas, and wow, they picked a fantastic spot. They really read the weather maps perfectly, and they got those fantastic images. And yeah, that was terrific stuff. Our second Time and Date totality came from Burlington, Vermont. That is Time and Date's CEO and Chief Eclipse Chaser.
Yes. Extraordinaire.
Extraordinary, right? Steffen Thorsen, and wow, again, a spectacular telescope view of totality from Vermont.
But I still can't get over that view of it getting dark. Now, we had to get out of the way during totality here in Lano, but now we got to see how dark it gets on the screen as well. And the people on the banks of the water, they're just
absolutely
reacting to that.
Yeah. Actually, another nice thing we saw on that wide angle view in Vermont is that we also saw, we saw that things went dark, but we also saw around close to the horizon, we saw that there was still a bit of light there. The moon's dark shadow, by the time it reaches Earth, it is quite small. And yeah, in that view from Burlington, we could see kind of the brighter edge of the shadow there. By the way, it has just it's just started raining.
It is dripping here on our
in Lano, Texas. So yes, it just proving how fortunate we've been. We will be talking to Steffen in Burlington in about 15 minutes time, so we can find out more about his adventures in the Northeast.
Yes. We're getting questions again on YouTube. People are curious, they're asking questions. It's wonderful. So why does the eclipse move from west to east?
Right, we can see on our live eclipse map there, and by the way, we can see that the totality shadow there is just about to leave land there. That is the final bit of Canada that is experiencing totality now. Then the moon's shadow moving out into the Atlantic, and we'll be finishing worldwide at 1955. Will be the last spot on the globe to see totality today. That will be out in the middle of the North Atlantic. So right, the question is, right, why is the shadow moving to the east when the sun and the moon, as we see them, move to the west? Well, it is true that the sun and the moon, they rise in the east, they travel across the sky, and they set in the west. But that's not to do with the movement of the moon. That's to do with the Earth's rotation, creating the movement of those bodies in the sky. In fact, the moon does move in the other direction. The moon does move from the west to the east. If you look at the moon's movement across the background of the stars, for example, you will see that from one night to the next, it is slowly moving in an eastwards direction against the background of the stars. Now, the whole thing is moving across our sky towards the west as the Earth rotates, but actually the movement of the moon itself is in the opposite direction towards the east. And so we see that at solar eclipses, solar eclipses always begin somewhere in the world at sunrise, and the shadow and the eclipse path moves to the east and ends at sunset in another part of the globe.
Yeah. So there you go. There's more information about that on our live news feed on timeanddate.live. There's links to all kinds of interesting articles about eclipses. There's reactions to the eclipse in there, so go and have a look. And we're going to be back very soon with Steffen Thorsen, our chief eclipse chaser, very soon. We're still watching a total solar eclipse here in Llano, Texas. It has ended, unfortunately. I did put on my eclipse glasses and see the moon say goodbye to the sun. It was very special, that as well. You're laughing.
and we should also add that we have removed that live eclipse map now that was showing us the position of the moon's dark shadow on the surface of the Earth. That's because that shadow has now left the surface of the Earth. Totality ended in the North Atlantic at 1955, so about 8 minutes ago. And that part of the moon's shadow, the part that causes total solar eclipses, it won't touch the globe again until August 2026. And that's the next time we'll see a total solar eclipse anywhere in the world.
Wow. That's a while from now, but still, we'll be there.
Oh, we'll be there for that one, yes.
So we've been looking around. Traffic is building up on the road. Sirens are going off. Police is trying to weave through the traffic. Llano is split by a river, so there's a bridge across, single lane on each side, and that was something they were worried about with crowds. So maybe the clouds actually helped it being quite a safe eclipse here in Llano. But in Burlington, things are still going on. Steffen Thorsen, he delivered some amazing images of the moon and the sun and the crowds at Echo Science Museum. And we want to say a big, big, big thank you to Nina and Travis for helping him out there. And we can get Steffen on now.
Hello.
Hi, Steffen.
Hi, Anna Graham.
Hey, Steffen, good to see you. And hey,
Yeah.
Yes. The first thing we want to ask you, Steffen, is we had our Texas team down here where we were planning to have our telescopes here in Llano, Texas, but at the last minute, Konstantin and Jeremy decided to spread our bets, and they headed off to Arkansas. But you, Steffen, were always planning to pick your location in the northeastern United States, at the last moment, deciding, almost the day before where your location was going to be. So, I mean, why did you decide to leave it so late, to pick a location? And, how did you eventually end up in Burlington, Vermont?
The weather is generally not that great in this area of the US, so it's very hard to kind of make a commitment at a single place because, Texas is a more likely place to have good weather. That's why we picked that you were there, obviously. But for us, we flew into New York and had that as a base with a rental car there, so we could go quite far in any direction, more or less, of the path. New York is outside of the Totality path, but still it's kind of close to a lot of places in the Totality path. And we also had the option of flying out of New York to a bit more remote locations, because New York obviously has kind of a good number of flights. So that was we actually had an option to fly to Indiana and fly and get a rental car there, but we didn't exercise that option. So we did decide on Burlington after trying to find. We kind of saw the weather was going, the forecast were actually showing this area, which is generally the worst area in terms of chance of seeing it. And when it turned out to actually be the best, we decided to go here. But the final decision was actually made this morning. The final decision.
Yes.
Yeah, fantastic. And I mean, well, great call, Steffen. I mean, you called it just perfectly on that. And it has been strange, actually, how the weather did sort of turn around. But yeah, we were historically expecting much better weather down in the southwest. But yeah, really, the northeast had much better pick of things. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Steffen, we've been stressed over here and feeling the emotional impact of the eclipse, and you've been making decisions really on the fly. So how does it feel now, that totality and the amazingness, and how was it for you to experience this eclipse?
The kind of the biggest fear is that you go to a place where you can't see it because and you can't stream it. So there were clouds coming in, and we had clouds almost all day, but they'd be very high clouds, and the telescopes do a good job kind of watching through them. So and I haven't tried that before in a total solar eclipse, how it actually looks. So I was a bit sort of uncertain if this would be a good thing or not. But I'm very happy that we ended up in Burlington, which has been an amazing place, and the museum people have been super helpful to get us power and internet and our own spot and helping us with everything. So thanks a lot to the Ecom Science Museum.
And did you cry like me?
No, I'm not a crier, you know that. So, but it's always you kind of it's amazing, and it was nice to actually have the kids actually felt like it lasted a bit anyway. So it's kind of it's still 1 minute left anyway. That's great, because you're a bit busy in the beginning with tuning everything of equipment, and then you actually get a little bit of time to enjoy it. In the previous eclipse in Australia, I had was nearly a minute, and I had like maybe 5 seconds I could actually view it with my eyes. Otherwise, I was busy with everything.
Well, you really did it, Steffen. Amazing, beautiful images, and we were clapping for you here in Lano. Beautiful images.
It was also very nice to actually be here with all the crowds. There are thousands of people here, not in Burlington overall. So there's been just hearing hearing people's reactions. It's fantastic.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, we're going to take a deep breath. Yeah. We will be back one last time. Thank you so much, Steffen, for joining us. And we will be watching Steffen's images for a bit longer.
That's right. We should say that, the eclipse continues until 2037 UTC there in Burlington. So we've still got nearly around half an hour of partial eclipse to enjoy there from Burlington.
Yeah. So please don't go anywhere, and we will be back soon to tell you more about what's coming up next.
Welcome back to timeanddate.com. The North American continent has had 3 big solar eclipses in the space of 7 years. There was the Great American Eclipse of August 2017. There was a wonderful annular eclipse in October 2023, last year, that went across the United States, Mexico, Central America, and South America. And today has completed the hat trick, this total solar eclipse across Mexico, the United States, and Canada. But the curtain is coming down on this, this amazing run of 3 big solar eclipses across, across North America. We're just really watching the end of things here in Burlington, Vermont. The partial eclipse finishing there at 2037 UTC, so about 12 more minutes to go there. We do, however, have more eclipses coming up. Eclipses come around about every 6 months or so, and they come in pairs. And the next pair of eclipses coming up, we can have a look at them. Check the dates on the screen now. Here they are. We have a partial lunar eclipse on September 17th stroke 18th. This will be visible across North and South America, Europe, Africa, and the western part of Asia. We'll also be streaming it live on timeanddate.com. 2 weeks after that, we have an annular solar eclipse across Chile and Argentina. An annular solar eclipse is where we get another perfect alignment of the moon and the sun, but the moon is a bit further away from the Earth, and it's not quite big enough to cover the sun completely. So instead of a total eclipse, we get an annular eclipse where the sun forms a kind of a silhouette, a ring of fire, and the moon becomes this kind of black silhouette against the sun. That's on October the 2nd, and again, we'll be covering that live here on timeanddate.com. Anna, I think you have a few thank yous that we want to say for today.
Yes, I have a cheat list, and you have to bear with me for looking down because there's a lot of people we want to thank. And I'm going to get out of breath like I always do, but that's part of the fun. So we want to have a big thank you to our streaming partners. We've got Neil Sanders down the road from Go Stargazing UK. We've got Robin Higdon and the team from Exploratorium in San Francisco. They got saved up bacon with that lovely image from Torreon, the Totality from there. We've got Emily Fafaro, Greg Smith, and the team from NASA. We did miss out on their images, but we still love them very much. We've got Gary Hawkins and the San Diego Astronomy Association. We've got Jean at MSJP, and we've got the team at Office Hours Global. Also, we've got Tony, we've got Rebecca, we've got Kim. They're all down back there in the visitor center, and we love you so much. Massive thanks to Konstantin Bikos, Jeremy Krause, and Steffen Thorsen for those amazing telescope images. Let me scroll on my screen. We shall not forget the wonderful people at home. We've got Gustav Nödland. Oh God, I'm saying it in English. Gustav Nödland, Daniel Fuglestad, Andy Adner, Ada Opera, Jason Lydiot, Aparna Kerr, Sarah Kornberg, Matthew Gunderson, Kobe Weinans, Adalbert Michelik, David Duskin, and Anya Smith. We're going to leave you with these images of the moon leaving the sun. And as always, on Time and Date on Live, you can find everything you need to know about the eclipse. We're going to see you in September. Time and Date, we look up into the sky. We bring you exclusive footage from eclipses worldwide. We take our mobile observatory to where the action happens. Hi, Steffen.
Hi, Anna.
We collaborate with experts and observatories across the globe to bring you the best view of celestial events.
And we ordered the devil's horn just for you.
Now, we have to say thank you very much for your images tonight.
We explain how and show why it all happens while answering your questions during our live broadcast events.
That is a meteor.
Find your home and even more details on Time and Date. And subscribe to join us next time.
Okay, family, it is over. And the X is officially across America. I want to thank each and every one of you, those that gave super chats and super stickers. And, some of you sent cash apps. I deeply appreciate it. Thank you so much. And y'all, just know one thing. The judgment is just beginning for America now. All we got to do is stay out of the way. All praises to the Most High. Each and every one of you, please enjoy the rest of your evening. Shalom, family.